Great conversations aren't about what you say, they're about how deeply you listen. Connection starts with silence and understanding. Talk less, listen better. The secret to great conversations. Before we dive in, hit like and subscribe if you enjoy the books I publish here. Comment where you're listening from and the time there. It's always cool to see. Now, listen, grow, and hopefully you fall asleep. Chapter 1. The Lost Art of Connection. Alright, down in the comments section, I want to see how many of you have unfriended someone on Facebook because they said something offensive about politics or religion, childcare, food. And how many of you know at least one person that you avoid because you just don't want to talk to them? Don't be shy, it won't take much of your time. Let me see your answer in the comments below. If you're being honest with yourself, you probably put your answer in the comments section below. And if you didn't, you're either incredibly fortunate or perhaps not being entirely truthful. I've spent a reasonable amount of years studying human communication as a student who was once in college, working as a professional interviewer and teaching people how to have better conversations. What I've discovered is both alarming and hopeful. We're living through a crisis of connection, but it's entirely fixable if we're willing to learn. It used to be that in order to have a polite conversation, we just had to follow the advice of Henry Higgins in My Fair Lady, stick to the weather and your health. But these days, with climate change and anti-vaccine, those subjects are not safe either. So this world that we live in, this world in which every conversation has the potential to devolve into an argument, where our politicians can't speak to one another, and where even the most trivial of issues have someone fighting both passionately for it and against it, it's not normal. Pew Research did a study of 10,000 American adults, and they found that at this moment, we are more polarized, we are more divided than we ever have been in history. We're less likely to compromise, which means we're not listening to each other, and we make decisions about where to live, who to marry, and even who our friends are going to be, based on what we already believe. Again, that means we're not listening to each other. A conversation requires a balance between talking and listening, and somewhere along the way, we lost that balance. I see this crisis playing out everywhere I look. In my work as a communication consultant, I've watched brilliant executives struggle to connect with their teams. I've seen marriages crumble, not because of infidelity or financial stress, but because two people simply stopped hearing each other. I've observed teenagers who can navigate complex social media platforms, but freeze up when asked to have a face-to-face conversation with an adult. But perhaps most troubling of all, I've witnessed the rise of what I call performative conversation. These are interactions where people aren't actually trying to communicate or connect. Instead, they're performing their identity, their intelligence, their righteousness. They're waiting for their turn to speak rather than genuinely listening to what the other person is saying. Think about the last time you were in a heated discussion about politics, or even something as simple as the best way to load a dishwasher. Were you really listening to the other person's perspective, trying to understand their reasoning? Or were you formulating your counter-argument while they were still talking, just waiting for them to take a breath so you could jump in with your superior point of view? If you're like most people, it was probably the latter, and that's not entirely your fault. We've been conditioned to approach conversations as competitions rather than collaborations. We've been taught that being right is more important than being connected. We've learned to defend our positions rather than explore new possibilities. This shift has profound consequences that extend far beyond our personal relationships. When we can't have productive conversations with people who see the world differently than we do, we lose the ability to solve complex problems together. We become trapped in echo chambers where our existing beliefs are constantly reinforced, but never challenged or refined. We lose access to the collective wisdom that emerges when diverse perspectives come together in genuine dialogue. We miss opportunities to learn, to grow, to discover solutions we never could have imagined on our own. But here's what gives me hope. Great conversations are not a lost art. They're a learnable skill. And once you understand the principles behind meaningful dialogue, once you develop the habits that foster genuine connection, you'll find that your relationships deepen, your influence expands, and your world becomes infinitely more interesting. I've seen this transformation happen countless times. I've watched shy introverts become magnetic conversationalists. I've seen argumentative people learn to disagree without being disagreeable. I've observed families heal decades-old wounds simply by learning how to really listen to each other. The techniques I'm going to share with you aren't theoretical concepts from academic research, though they're certainly backed by science. They're practical tools that I use every day in my work as a professional interviewer, and they're the same principles that have helped thousands of my clients transform their relationships and their lives. But before we dive into the how-to, I want you to understand why this matters so much. In our hyper-connected but increasingly isolated world, the ability to have genuine conversations isn't just a nice-to-have social skill. It's a superpower. When you can truly connect with another person, when you can make them feel heard and understood, you gain access to their knowledge, their creativity, their support. You build trust and influence in ways that no amount of clever rhetoric or persuasive techniques can match. More importantly, you enrich your own life immeasurably. Every person you meet knows something you don't. Every individual has had experiences that could teach you something valuable. Every human being has a unique perspective that could expand your understanding of the world. But you only gain access to these treasures when you approach conversations with genuine curiosity rather than a desire to impress or convince. You only discover the amazing things about people when you're more interested in learning than in being right. This is the secret that has transformed my life and the lives of countless others. The best conversations aren't about talking. They're about listening. They're not about being impressive. They're about being interested. They're not about winning. They're about connecting. And that's exactly what we're going to learn how to do. Chapter 2, Why We've Stopped Listening. Now, part of that is due to technology, the smartphones that you all either have in your hands or close enough that you could grab them really quickly. According to Pew Research, about a third of American teenagers send more than 100 texts a day, and many of them, almost most of them, are more likely to text their friends than they are to talk to them face to face. There's this great piece in The Atlantic. It was written by a high school teacher named Paul Barnwell, and he gave his kids a communication project. He wanted to teach them how to speak on a specific subject without using notes. And he said this: I came to realize that conversational competence might be the single most overlooked skill we fail to teach. Kids spend hours each day engaging with ideas and each other through screens, but rarely do they have an opportunity to hone their interpersonal communication skills. It might sound like a funny question, but we have to ask ourselves, is there any 21st century skill more important than being able to sustain coherent, confident conversation? When I first read Barnwell's article, it hit me like a lightning bolt. Here was an educator putting his finger on something I'd been observing for years, but hadn't quite been able to articulate. We're raising a generation of digital natives who are incredibly sophisticated when it comes to navigating online spaces, but who struggle with the most basic elements of face-to-face communication. But it's not just teenagers. I see this phenomenon across all age groups. I've worked with senior executives who can craft brilliant emails but stumble through simple small talk. I've met brilliant researchers who can write compelling grant proposals but freeze up when asked to explain their work to a non-expert. The problem isn't intelligence or education. The problem is practice. We've become so accustomed to communicating through screens that we've lost touch with the subtle art of real-time, in-person dialogue. Think about the fundamental differences between digital communication and face-to-face conversation. When you're texting or emailing, you have time to craft your response. You can edit, revise, delete, and start over. You can look up facts, check your grammar, and present the most polished version of your thoughts. But in a real conversation, you don't have those luxuries. You have to think on your feet. You have to read facial expressions, interpret tone of voice, and respond to unexpected turns in the dialogue. You have to be present, engaged, and adaptable in ways that digital communication simply doesn't require. Moreover, digital communication strips away most of the nonverbal cues that make up the majority of human communication. When you're texting, you lose access to facial expressions, body language, tone of voice, and all the subtle signals that help us understand not just what someone is saying, but what they really mean. This creates a kind of communication atrophy. Just like a muscle that isn't used regularly becomes weak, our conversational skills deteriorate when we don't practice them consistently. We lose our ability to read social cues, to navigate awkward pauses, to build rapport through shared laughter or moments of genuine connection. But technology is only part of the problem. There's something deeper going on, something that predates smartphones and social media. We've developed what I call conversation anxiety, a pervasive fear of saying the wrong thing, of being judged, of not being interesting enough. This anxiety manifests in different ways for different people. Some become chronic oversharers, filling every silence with nervous chatter. Others retreat into themselves, speaking only when directly asked a question. Still others become conversational performers, turning every interaction into an opportunity to showcase their wit, intelligence, or expertise. All of these responses have one thing in common: they're focused on the self, rather than on genuine connection with the other person. When we're anxious about how we're coming across, when we're worried about being judged or rejected, we can't fully focus on listening and understanding. This self-focus is reinforced by a culture that celebrates individual achievement over collective wisdom. We're taught from an early age to stand out, to be special, to have something unique to offer. While these aren't inherently bad messages, they can create a mindset where conversations become opportunities to prove our worth rather than chances to learn and connect. I see this particularly clearly in professional settings. Meetings become battlegrounds where people compete to have the best idea or the most insightful comment. Networking events turn into exercises in personal branding rather than genuine relationship building. Even casual workplace conversations can feel like performance evaluations, where every word is scrutinized for its potential impact on our reputation. The irony is that this approach actually makes us less influential and less memorable, not more. When people sense that you're performing rather than connecting, they instinctively pull back. They may be polite, but they don't feel genuinely engaged. They don't walk away feeling like they've had a meaningful interaction. On the other hand, when someone makes you feel truly heard and understood, when they demonstrate genuine curiosity about your thoughts and experiences, you remember them. You want to spend more time with them. You trust them. You're more likely to support their ideas and initiatives. This is why the most successful people I know, regardless of their field, are almost always exceptional listeners. They understand that influence comes not from being the smartest person in the room, but from making others feel smart. They know that leadership isn't about having all the answers, but about asking the right questions. But developing these skills requires us to overcome some deeply ingrained habits and assumptions. We have to learn to tolerate uncertainty, to be comfortable with not knowing what we're going to say next. We have to develop the discipline to focus on the other person, even when our own thoughts and opinions are clamoring for attention. Most challenging of all, we have to learn to see conversations not as opportunities to advance our own agenda, but as chances to discover something new, to understand a different perspective, to connect with another human being in a meaningful way. This shift in mindset is the foundation of everything else we're going to explore. Because until you genuinely believe that the person in front of you has something valuable to offer, until you approach each conversation with authentic curiosity rather than a hidden agenda, all the techniques in the world won't help you become a better conversationalist. The good news is that once you make this shift, once you start approaching conversations with genuine interest in the other person, everything else becomes much easier. The techniques I'm going to share with you will feel natural rather than forced. Your conversations will become more engaging, more memorable, and more meaningful. And perhaps most importantly, you'll start to see the world through fresh eyes, discovering amazing things about people you thought you already knew, and finding unexpected wisdom in the most unlikely places. Chapter 3: The Foundation of Great Conversations. Now, I make my living talking to people Nobel Prize winners, truck drivers, billionaires, kindergarten teachers, heads of state, plumbers. I talk to people that I like. I talk to people that I don't like. I talk to some people that I disagree with deeply on a personal level, but I still have a great conversation with them. So I'd like to spend the next several chapters teaching you how to talk and how to listen. Many of you have already heard a lot of advice on this, things like look the person in the eye, think of interesting topics to discuss in advance, look, nod and smile to show that you're paying attention, repeat back what you just heard, or summarize it. So I want you to forget all of that. It is crap. There is no reason to learn how to show you're paying attention if you are in fact paying attention. Now, I actually use the exact same skills as a professional interviewer that I do in regular life. So, I'm going to teach you how to interview people. And that's actually going to help you learn how to be better conversationalists. Learn to have a conversation without wasting your time, without getting bored, and please God, without offending anybody. We've all had really great conversations. We've had them before. We know what it's like. The kind of conversation where you walk away feeling engaged and inspired, or where you feel like you've made a real connection or you've been perfectly understood. There is no reason why most of your interactions can't be like that. Before I share the specific techniques that will transform your conversations, I want to address something that might seem counterintuitive. The best conversationalists aren't necessarily the most charismatic or outgoing people. They're not always the ones with the most interesting stories or the quickest wit. The best conversationalists are the ones who make other people feel interesting. I learned this lesson early in my career when I was assigned to interview a famous author who had a reputation for being difficult and reclusive. I spent days preparing, researching his work, crafting clever questions, planning interesting angles for our discussion. When we finally sat down together, I launched into my carefully prepared interview, asking what I thought were insightful questions about his writing process and literary influences. His responses were polite but brief. The energy in the room felt flat, almost hostile. Then, about 15 minutes in, I noticed a small framed photograph on his desk. It showed him with a young girl, both of them covered in flour and laughing. Without thinking, I abandoned my prepared questions and simply asked, "Who's that in the photo?" His entire demeanor changed. His face lit up as he told me about his granddaughter and their tradition of baking cookies together every Sunday. He talked about how she was teaching him to see the world through fresh eyes, how her questions about his stories had helped him understand his own work in new ways. That simple, unplanned question led to the most engaging and revealing conversation I'd ever had with an interview subject. The article that resulted was one of my most successful pieces, not because I was particularly brilliant or well prepared, but because I had stumbled onto something that genuinely mattered to him. That experience taught me a fundamental truth about human connection. People don't remember how smart you sounded or how impressive your stories were. They remember how you made them feel. And the best way to make someone feel good is to show genuine interest in what matters to them. This principle applies whether you're interviewing a celebrity, chatting with a colleague, or talking to your teenager about their day. The moment you shift your focus from trying to be interesting to being genuinely interested, everything changes. But being genuinely interested is harder than it sounds, especially in our culture that rewards quick thinking and clever responses. It requires a kind of mental discipline that most of us haven't developed. It means setting aside your own agenda, your own stories, your own need to be heard, and creating space for someone else's experience. This doesn't mean becoming a passive listener who never contributes to the conversation. Great conversations are collaborative efforts where both people feel engaged and valued, but it does mean approaching each interaction with what I call generous curiosity, a genuine desire to understand and appreciate the other person's perspective. Generous curiosity is different from the kind of surface-level interest we often display in social situations. It's not about asking polite questions while mentally rehearsing what you're going to say next. It's about being fully present with another person, allowing yourself to be surprised by what you discover, and following the conversation wherever it naturally leads. This kind of presence is increasingly rare in our distracted, multitasking world. When someone experiences it, when they feel truly seen and heard, it creates a powerful sense of connection. They feel valued, understood, and appreciated in a way that's becoming increasingly uncommon. The techniques I'm about to share with you are designed to help you cultivate this kind of generous curiosity and translate it into specific conversational skills. But before we dive into the tactics, I want you to understand the mindset that makes them effective. First, approach every conversation assuming that you have something to learn. This doesn't mean being naive or gullible. It means recognizing that every person has unique experiences, insights, and perspectives that could enrich your understanding of the world. The famous therapist M. Scott Peck said that true listening requires a setting aside of oneself. And sometimes that means setting aside your personal opinion. He said that sensing this acceptance, the speaker will become less and less vulnerable and more likely to open up the inner recesses of his or her mind to the listener. Second, remember that everyone is an expert in something. The person sitting next to you on the airplane might be a world-renowned expert on medieval literature, or they might know more about raising chickens than anyone you've ever met. The barista making your coffee might have fascinating insights about human behavior from observing customers all day, or they might be working on a novel that could change your perspective on life. Bill Nye put it perfectly, everyone you will ever meet knows something that you don't. Third, understand that conversations are not promotional opportunities. They're not chances to prove how smart, successful, or interesting you are. They're opportunities to connect with another human being, to learn something new, and to make someone else feel valued and understood. When you approach conversations with this mindset, when you're genuinely curious about the other person, rather than focused on impressing them, something magical happens. People open up. They share things they wouldn't normally share. They become more animated, more thoughtful, more engaged. And paradoxically, when you stop trying to be impressive, you actually become more memorable and influential. People walk away from conversations with you feeling good about themselves, and they associate that positive feeling with you. This is the foundation upon which all great conversations are built: genuine interest in the other person, combined with the skills to express that interest effectively. In the chapters that follow, we'll explore the specific techniques that will help you master this art. But remember, these aren't tricks or manipulation tactics. They're ways of expressing authentic curiosity and creating space for meaningful connection. When used with genuine intent, they have the power to transform not just your conversations, but your relationships and your life. Chapter 4, Rules 1-3, Presence, Humility, and Curiosity. So I have 10 basic rules. I'm going to walk you through all of them, but honestly, if you just choose one of them and master it, you'll already enjoy better conversations. Number 1, don't multitask. And I don't mean just set down your cell phone or your tablet or your car keys or whatever is in your hand. I mean, be present. Be in that moment. Don't think about your argument you had with your boss. Don't think about what you're going to have for dinner. If you want to get out of the conversation, get out of the conversation. But don't be half in it and half out of it. This first rule might seem obvious, but it's probably the most violated principle in modern conversation. We live in a culture that celebrates multitasking, that makes us feel productive when we're juggling multiple things at once. But true presence is the opposite of multitasking. I learned this lesson the hard way during an interview with a prominent scientist who was discussing her groundbreaking research on climate change. While she was explaining a complex concept, I found myself thinking about my next question, glancing at my notes, and mentally rehearsing a clever follow-up comment. When she finished speaking, I asked what I thought was an insightful question, only to realize that she had already addressed that exact point in her previous answer. The look of disappointment on her face was unmistakable. I had failed to honor her expertise and her time by not being fully present. That moment taught me that presence isn't just about being polite, it's about creating the conditions for genuine understanding and connection. When you're truly present with someone, you pick up on subtle cues that you would otherwise miss. You notice the slight change in their tone when they mention a particular topic. You see the way their eyes light up when they talk about something they're passionate about. You catch the brief pause that indicates they're choosing their words carefully. These micro-signals are the raw material of great conversations. They tell you when to lean in with a follow-up question, when to shift topics, when to offer support or encouragement. But you can only access this information when you're fully engaged in the moment. Being present also means managing your internal dialogue. We all have that voice in our heads that's constantly commenting, judging, planning, and worrying. During conversations, this voice might be saying things like, "That's not right," or "I have a better story about that," or "I wonder if I'm coming across as smart enough." Learning to quiet this internal chatter is essential for meaningful dialogue. It doesn't mean turning off your critical thinking or becoming passive. It means creating enough mental space to truly hear and process what the other person is saying before formulating your response. Number 2, don't pontificate. If you want to state your opinion without any opportunity for response or argument or pushback or growth, write a blog. Now, there's a really good reason why I don't allow pundits on my show, because they're really boring. If they're conservative, they're going to hate Obama and food stamps and abortion. If they're liberal, they're going to hate big banks and oil corporations and Dick Cheney. Totally predictable. And you don't want to be like that. You need to enter every conversation assuming that you have something to learn. Pontificating is the conversational equivalent of a monologue. It's when someone uses a conversation as a platform to deliver their prepared remarks rather than engaging in genuine dialogue. We've all encountered pontificators, and we know how draining these interactions can be. The pontificator might be the colleague who turns every team meeting into a lecture about their pet theory, or the dinner party guest who dominates the conversation with their strong opinions about politics, never pausing to ask what others think, or the family member who uses every gathering as an opportunity to share their latest insights about health, relationships, or success. What makes pontificating so problematic isn't necessarily the content of what's being said. It's the one-way nature of the communication. The pontificator isn't interested in dialogue. They're interested in broadcasting. They're not curious about other perspectives. They're convinced that their perspective is the only one worth considering. This approach kills conversations because it eliminates the element of discovery that makes dialogue engaging. When someone is pontificating, there's no sense of exploration, no possibility of surprise, no opportunity for collaborative thinking. The outcome is predetermined, and everyone else becomes a passive audience rather than an active participant. The antidote to pontificating is intellectual humility, the recognition that your perspective, no matter how well informed or carefully considered, is still just one way of looking at things. This doesn't mean abandoning your convictions or pretending that all opinions are equally valid. It means holding your views lightly enough that you can genuinely consider alternative perspectives. I once interviewed a renowned economist who had spent decades studying income inequality. Instead of launching into a lecture about his research findings, he began by asking me what I had observed about economic disparities in my own community. This simple question transformed what could have been a one-sided presentation into a fascinating exploration of how abstract economic principles play out in real people's lives. His willingness to start with curiosity rather than conclusions made the entire conversation more engaging and ultimately more persuasive. By the end of our discussion, I had a much deeper understanding of his research, not because he had lectured me about it, but because he had helped me discover its relevance through my own observations and experiences. Number 3, use open-ended questions. In this case, take a cue from journalists. Start your questions with who, what, when, where, why, or how. If you put in a complicated question, you're going to get a simple answer out. If I ask you, were you terrified? You're going to respond to the most powerful word in that sentence, which is terrified, and the answer is yes, I was, or no, I wasn't. Were you angry? Yes, I was very angry. Let them describe it. They're the ones that know. Try asking them things like, what was that like? How did that feel? Because then they might have to stop for a moment and think about it, and you're going to get a much more interesting response. Open-ended questions are the engine of great conversations. They invite exploration rather than confirmation. They encourage storytelling rather than simple data exchange. They create space for the other person to share not just facts, but feelings, insights, and experiences. The difference between closed and open-ended questions is profound. A closed question like, did you enjoy your vacation? Typically generates a brief response, yes, it was great. But an open-ended question like, what was the highlight of your vacation? Invites a story. It gives the person permission to share what was meaningful to them, to paint a picture with their words, to reveal something about their values and interests. I learned the power of open-ended questions early in my career when I was interviewing a veteran who had served in Vietnam. My initial questions were factual and closed. How long were you deployed? What was your rank? Did you see combat? His answers were brief and somewhat guarded. Then I shifted to an open-ended approach. What's something about that experience that most people wouldn't understand? This single question opened a floodgate. He talked for 20 minutes about the complexity of emotions he felt, the bonds he formed with his fellow soldiers, the challenges of readjusting to civilian life. The conversation became rich, nuanced, and deeply moving. Open-ended questions work because they signal genuine interest and respect for the other person's experience. They communicate that you're not just looking for quick answers or trying to confirm what you already think you know. You're inviting them to be the expert on their own life, to share their unique perspective and insights. The key is to ask questions that require more than a yes or no answer, questions that invite reflection and elaboration. Instead of, "Did you like the movie?" try, "What did you think of the movie?" Instead of, "Was the meeting productive?" try, "How did the meeting go?" Instead of, "Are you excited about the new project?" try, "What are you most looking forward to about the new project?" These subtle shifts in language can dramatically change the quality of the responses you receive. They encourage people to think more deeply about their experiences and to share more of themselves in their answers. But perhaps most importantly, open-ended questions demonstrate that you value the other person's thoughts and experiences. They show that you're not just making conversation to fill time, but that you're genuinely interested in understanding their perspective. This creates a sense of respect and appreciation that forms the foundation of meaningful connection. When you master these first 3 rules, when you learn to be truly present, to approach conversations with humility rather than a need to pontificate, and to ask questions that invite genuine sharing, you'll notice an immediate improvement in the quality of your interactions. People will be more open with you, more engaged in your conversations, and more likely to seek you out for future discussions. But we're just getting started. The next 3 rules will help you navigate the flow of conversation with greater skill and sensitivity, creating even deeper opportunities for connection and understanding. Chapter 5. Rules 4-6. Flow, honesty, and empathy. Number 4. Go with the flow. That means thoughts will come into your mind, and you need to let them go out of your mind. We've heard interviews often in which a guest is talking for several minutes and then the host comes back in and asks a question which seems like it comes out of nowhere, or it's already been answered. That means the host probably stopped listening 2 minutes ago because he thought of this really clever question and he was just bound and determined to say that. And we do the exact same thing. We're sitting there having a conversation with someone, and then we remember that time that we met Hugh Jackman in a coffee shop. And we stop listening. We're just waiting for a moment to interject our story about Hugh Jackman and coffee. Stories and ideas are going to come to you. You need to let them come and let them go. Going with the flow is perhaps the most challenging rule for many people to master because it requires a fundamental shift in how we approach conversations. Most of us have been conditioned to think of conversations as opportunities to share our own stories, insights, and experiences. When someone mentions something that reminds us of our own life, our natural instinct is to jump in with our related story. But this instinct, while natural, often derails conversations and prevents deeper connection. When you're waiting for your turn to speak, when you're holding on to that perfect anecdote or clever observation, you're not fully present with the other person. You're in your own head, rehearsing what you're going to say next. I see this constantly in social situations. Someone will be sharing a meaningful story about a challenge they're facing at work, and before they've even finished, another person jumps in with, "Oh, that reminds me of what happened to me last year." The original speaker's experience gets overshadowed, and the conversation shifts to focus on the interrupter's story instead. The person who interrupted might think they're being helpful, showing empathy by sharing a similar experience. But what they've actually done is redirect the conversation away from the original speaker and onto themselves. They've missed an opportunity to learn more about their friend's situation and to offer genuine support. Going with the flow means resisting this impulse. It means allowing the conversation to develop organically based on what the other person is sharing, rather than forcing it in the direction of your own agenda or stories. It requires a kind of conversational discipline that most of us haven't developed. This doesn't mean you should never share your own experiences or insights. It means timing those contributions thoughtfully, making sure they genuinely serve the conversation rather than just satisfying your own need to be heard. Number 5, if you don't know, say that you don't know. Now, people on the radio, especially on NPR, are much more aware that they're going on the record, and so they're more careful about what they claim to be an expert in and what they claim to know for sure. Do that. Err on the side of caution. Talk should not be cheap. In our culture, admitting ignorance is often seen as a sign of weakness or incompetence. We're expected to have opinions about everything, to be informed about every topic that comes up in conversation. This pressure leads many people to bluff their way through discussions about subjects they don't really understand. But intellectual honesty is actually a sign of strength and wisdom. When you admit that you don't know something, you create space for learning. You invite the other person to share their knowledge and expertise. You demonstrate humility and curiosity, qualities that make you more trustworthy and likable. I learned this lesson during a dinner party conversation about cryptocurrency. Several people were discussing Bitcoin and blockchain technology with apparent expertise, using technical terms and making confident predictions about the future of digital currency. I felt pressure to contribute something intelligent to the conversation, even though my understanding of the topic was superficial at best. Instead of pretending to know more than I did, I decided to be honest. I have to admit, I don't really understand how blockchain technology works. Could someone explain it in simple terms? This admission transformed the conversation. Instead of a series of competing monologues, it became a collaborative exploration of a complex topic, with different people contributing their understanding and asking clarifying questions. The person who knew the most about cryptocurrency seemed delighted to have a genuine audience for his knowledge. He explained the concepts clearly and patiently, checking to make sure I was following along. Other people asked questions they had been afraid to voice, worried about appearing ignorant. The conversation became more engaging and educational for everyone involved. Saying "I don't know" also prevents you from spreading misinformation or making claims you can't support. In an era of fake news and viral misinformation, intellectual honesty is more important than ever. When you're careful about what you claim to know for certain, you contribute to a culture of accuracy and thoughtfulness. Number 6, don't equate your experience with theirs. If they're talking about having lost a family member, don't start talking about the time you lost a family member. If they're talking about the trouble they're having at work, don't tell them about how much you hate your job. It's not the same. It is never the same. All experiences are individual, and more importantly, it is not about you. You don't need to take that moment to prove how amazing you are or how much you've suffered. This rule addresses one of the most common conversational mistakes people make: the impulse to relate everything back to their own experience. When someone shares something personal or meaningful, our natural tendency is to respond with a similar story from our own life. We think we're showing empathy and building connection, but we're actually doing the opposite. When you immediately respond to someone's story with your own similar experience, you're essentially saying, "That's not that interesting or unique. I have a story just like it." You're shifting the focus away from their experience and onto your own. You're making yourself the center of attention rather than honoring their willingness to be vulnerable with you. I once witnessed this dynamic play out painfully at a support group meeting. A woman was sharing her struggle with her teenage daughter's eating disorder, describing the fear and helplessness she felt watching her child suffer. Before she had finished speaking, another parent jumped in with, "I know exactly how you feel. My son went through the same thing." While the second parent's intention was probably to offer comfort and solidarity, the effect was to minimize the first woman's experience. Her unique pain, her specific fears, her individual relationship with her daughter, all got subsumed under the generic category of parents dealing with eating disorders. A more supportive response might have been to ask questions that honored her specific experience. How are you taking care of yourself during this difficult time? Or, what has been the hardest part for you? Or simply, that sounds incredibly difficult. This doesn't mean you should never share your own experiences in conversation. Personal stories can be powerful tools for building connection and offering support, but the key is timing and intention. Share your story when it genuinely serves the other person, not when it satisfies your own need to be heard or understood. Sometimes the most powerful response to someone's story is simply to listen, to acknowledge their experience, and to resist the urge to make it about you. This kind of generous listening is rare in our self-focused culture, which makes it all the more meaningful when someone experiences it. Somebody asked Stephen Hawking once what his IQ was, and he said, "I have no idea. People who brag about their IQs are losers." Conversations are not a promotional opportunity. This quote perfectly captures the essence of Rule 6. Great conversations aren't about proving how smart, successful, or interesting you are. They're about creating space for genuine human connection. When you resist the urge to make everything about you, when you allow other people to be the experts on their own experiences, you create the conditions for meaningful dialogue. These 3 rules, flow, honesty, and empathy, work together to create a conversational environment where people feel safe to be vulnerable, where authentic sharing can occur, and where real understanding becomes possible. Master these principles, and you'll find that people naturally open up to you, sharing thoughts and feelings they might not reveal to others. But we're not done yet. The next set of rules will help you communicate with greater clarity and focus, ensuring that your conversations are not just meaningful, but also efficient and engaging. Chapter 6, Rule 7, 9 Clarity, Focus, and the Art of Listening. Number 7. Try not to repeat yourself. It's condescending and it's really boring, and we tend to do it a lot. Especially in work conversations or in conversations with our kids, we have a point to make, so we just keep rephrasing it over and over. Don't do that. Repetition is one of those conversational habits that we often don't notice in ourselves, but find incredibly annoying in others. We repeat ourselves for various reasons. We want to make sure our point is understood, we're not confident that we've expressed ourselves clearly, or we're trying to emphasize the importance of what we're saying. But repetition rarely achieves these goals. Instead, it usually signals to the listener that you don't trust their intelligence or attention span. It suggests that you think they're either too slow to understand your point the first time or too distracted to have heard you properly. I learned about the power of saying something once and trusting it to land during my early days as an interviewer. I was speaking with a renowned author about her writing process, and she made a particularly insightful comment about the relationship between creativity and discipline. Instead of moving on to my next question, I found myself restating her point in slightly different words, as if to prove that I had understood her. She looked at me with a mixture of amusement and mild irritation and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I just said." I realized in that moment that my repetition hadn't added any value to the conversation. It had actually diminished it by suggesting that her original statement wasn't clear or complete enough on its own. The urge to repeat ourselves often comes from anxiety about being misunderstood. We worry that our point wasn't clear, so we try again with different words. But this approach usually backfires. If someone didn't understand you the first time, simply saying the same thing again in slightly different words is unlikely to help. Instead, try asking if they'd like you to clarify anything, or invite them to share their thoughts on what you've said. Repetition is particularly problematic in professional settings, where it can make you appear insecure or unprepared. When you make your point once, clearly and confidently, and then move on, you demonstrate trust in your own communication skills and respect for your audience's intelligence. Number 8, stay out of the weeds. Frankly, people don't care about the years, the names, the dates, all those details that you're struggling to come up with in your mind. They don't care. What they care about is you. They care about what you're like, what you have in common. So forget the details, leave them out. This rule addresses our tendency to get bogged down in unnecessary specifics when we're telling stories or sharing experiences. We often think that more details make our stories more interesting or credible, but the opposite is usually true. When you're struggling to remember exactly what year something happened, or the precise name of the restaurant where you had that memorable meal, or the specific model of car you were driving, you're focusing on information that probably doesn't matter to your listener. While you're searching your memory for these details, you're losing momentum in your story and potentially losing your audience's attention. I see this constantly in social conversations. Someone will start telling an engaging story about a travel experience, but then get sidetracked trying to remember the exact name of the hotel they stayed in or the precise date they visited a particular museum. The story loses its energy as the teller gets caught up in irrelevant specifics. The details that matter in storytelling are the ones that help your listener understand the emotional core of your experience. Instead of focusing on the name of the restaurant, describe the atmosphere that made the meal special. Instead of trying to remember the exact date of your trip, talk about what you learned about yourself during that journey. This principle applies not just to storytelling, but to all forms of communication. When you're explaining a concept, sharing an opinion, or describing a situation, focus on the essential elements that will help your listener understand your main point. Save the detailed specifics for when they're directly relevant, or when someone specifically asks for them. Number 9. This is not the last one, but it is the most important one. Listen. I cannot tell you how many really important people have said that listening is perhaps the number one most important skill that you could develop. Buddha said, and I'm paraphrasing, if your mouth is open, you're not learning. And Calvin Coolidge said, no man ever listened his way out of a job. Why do we not listen to each other? Number 1, we'd rather talk. When I'm talking, I'm in control. I don't have to hear anything I'm not interested in. I'm the center of attention. I can bolster my own identity. But there's another reason we get distracted. The average person talks at about 225 words per minute, but we can listen at up to 500 words per minute. So our minds are filling in those other 275 words. And look, I know it takes effort and energy to actually pay attention to someone, but if you can't do that, you're not in a conversation. You're just two people shouting out barely related sentences in the same place. Listening is the foundation of all meaningful communication, yet it's the skill most of us have never been formally taught. We learn to read, write, and speak in school, but listening is somehow expected to develop naturally. As a result, most people are surprisingly poor listeners, even though they don't realize it. Real listening is much more than simply waiting for your turn to speak. It's an active, engaged process that requires your full attention and genuine curiosity about what the other person is saying. It means focusing not just on their words, but on their tone, their body language, and the emotions behind their message. The statistics I mentioned about speaking and listening speeds reveal why listening is so challenging. Because we can process information faster than most people speak, our minds have extra capacity that often gets filled with distracting thoughts. We start planning our response, judging what we're hearing, or thinking about completely unrelated topics. This mental multitasking is the enemy of good listening. When part of your attention is elsewhere, you miss the subtle cues that make communication rich and meaningful. You might hear the words, but you miss the feelings behind them. You might catch the main points, but you lose the nuances that reveal what really matters to the speaker. I learned the true power of listening during an interview with a CEO who was known for being guarded and difficult to interview. For the first half of our conversation, I followed my usual approach, asking prepared questions and listening for quotable responses. The interview was going fine, but it felt superficial. Then something shifted. Instead of thinking about my next question while he was speaking, I found myself genuinely absorbed in what he was saying. I started noticing things I had missed before: the slight hesitation when he talked about work-life balance, the way his voice changed when he mentioned his early career struggles, the passion that emerged when he discussed his company's mission. These observations led me to ask follow-up questions I hadn't planned, questions that emerged naturally from really hearing what he was saying. The conversation became more personal, more revealing, and ultimately more valuable for both of us. He later told me it was one of the most meaningful interviews he had ever given, not because of my brilliant questions, but because he felt truly heard. Stephen Covey said it very beautifully. He said, "Most of us don't listen with the intent to understand. We listen with the intent to reply." This quote captures the fundamental problem with how most of us approach listening. We're not trying to understand the other person's perspective or experience. We're waiting for them to finish so we can share our own thoughts, opinions, or stories. When you listen with the intent to understand, everything changes. You become curious about things you might have dismissed before. You ask questions that help you see the world through someone else's eyes. You discover insights and perspectives that enrich your own understanding. This kind of listening is a gift you give to another person. In our noisy, distracted world, the experience of being truly heard is increasingly rare. When you offer someone your complete attention, when you listen, not just to their words, but to their meaning, you create a moment of genuine human connection that they will remember and value. But listening with the intent to understand also benefits you. Every person you meet has experiences, knowledge, and insights that could be valuable to you. But you only gain access to these treasures when you listen with genuine curiosity and openness. The art of listening is the foundation upon which all the other conversational skills rest. When you master this skill, when you learn to be fully present with another person's words and meaning, you'll find that conversations become richer, relationships deepen, and opportunities for learning and growth multiply exponentially. You have to listen to one another. This isn't just advice for better conversations. It's essential for building the kind of relationships and communities that make life meaningful and fulfilling.